So, yeah, please wait until the guy. Notarizing something for me for another agency?
No, not at all, not a problem.
You sure? Yeah.
Morning, I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is a full board meeting. This is the full board meeting of the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure on May 20th, 2021. I'd like to start with an invocation by Dr. Joyner.
Please bow your head. Almighty God, the divine healer, we ask your guidance and blessing on our deliberations today so that we may serve you and our patients better in their time of need. We give thanks for your many blessings, including the opportunity of eternal life. And as always, thy will be done. Amen.
Amen. Stand and say the pledge. Karen will help us lead.
Y'all, please join me with our facing the flag and saluting.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We are giving the oath of office of newly appointed and reappointed members. Ms. Alexis Morris, Special Assistant Attorney General, will administrate these oaths.
If I could have Doctors Givens, Lippincott, and Owens to step on the other side, please.
And you?
Over here, face me. Raise your right hands, please, and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Roderick Givens,
Do solemnly swear and affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully support the Constitution of the United States
that I will faithfully support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Mississippi,
and the Constitution of the State of Mississippi,
and obey the laws thereof,
and obey the laws thereof,
that I am not disqualified from holding the office of member
that I am not disqualified from holding the office of member
of the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure,
of the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office
of the office
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Also, just want to put on record that we are officially reappointing all of our consumer members. Mrs. Gaines, Gerald Karen, Mr. Breland, thank you for your service to the board. We now have a special presentation for a very special former president and member of the board. Dr. Ray, would you mind approaching? Whereas Jean Ann Ray, MD, faithfully and conscientiously served the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure as a member for 7 years. Whereas Dr. Ray served as president, vice president, and secretary of the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure throughout her time with the board. And whereas Dr. Ray discharged her duties with firmness, dignity, and compassion, always striving to implement both the spirit and letter of the Mississippi Medical Practice Act, thereby working for the greater benefit of the board and citizens of the state of Mississippi. And whereas during her years of service, Dr. Ray continually and graciously gave her efforts, time, and abilities toward maintaining the highest standard of medical practice for which the state of Mississippi is noted, always respecting the rights of licensees, patients, and others while performing her duties. Therefore, be it resolved that the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure, on behalf of the board and the people of the state of Mississippi, by means of this resolution, express to Dr. Ray's gratitude and appreciation for her services during the years she devoted to the board and the state of Mississippi. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread upon the minutes of the board and a copy be given to Dr. Ray, expressing to her the highest esteem of the board. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
Well, my headmate might not make it out the door now, but I appreciate very much your kind words.
Announcements and public comments. So we'd like to recognize our special guest, Alexis Morris, Special Assistant Attorney General, and will be the hearing officer during our meeting, and also our court reporter, Ms. Tammy Fulton. Thank you for your service today. Next on our agenda is the Executive Director report. Please. You ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You're gonna have to move it for me. My remote's not working.
So in March through April, just keep going through until we get all the numbers up, please, Arlene. We had 163 new license issued, no podiatry issues. State of principal licensure for 70 applicants to the compact. Licensure of qualifications, 13. And then we issued 581 certifications to other boards. In investigations, we received 100 even complaints. We closed 15 cases. We currently have 91 open cases. And 74% of our cases are closed within a week. We requested 191 PMP reports. 116 of those requested required additional investigation. Jonathan Dalton was named our new Director of Investigations. So congratulations, Jonathan. And immediately started giving presentations. So he did a recorded presentation for MSMA for the CME prescribing, and he will be giving the presentation at CME in the Sand later this month. Interesting data, so far about 40% of our licensees have already renewed, and that's as of May 17th. And more interesting is 44% of our board members have renewed. So that's 4 out of 9. So there's still 5 of y'all that need to renew. Just thought I'd point that out. 11.5% of our renewals are free. Those are doctors over 70 years of age. That's just, as we go into the budget, you might want to think about how much money that's costing us right now. But anyway, we have, this is what we were approved for fiscal year 2022, which will start July the 1st. Total funding, we were $3.6 million and 28 positions were approved. That position does include the hiring of an in-house attorney. Next slide, please. If you break that down a little bit, almost $2 million of it is for salaries. Board member per diem is almost $6,000. And that comes to, if you add them together, that comes to close to $2 million. Next slide, please. We do travel a fair amount, mostly for investigations, but in state we spend about $17,000 a year. We travel out of state about $10,000. Board member travel to these meetings is about $7,000 for a total of $34,000. Contractual services, and we can look over there to the right to see what our different contractual services are, but almost $1 million, about $900,000. That includes rent, legal services, keeping the computer system up and running, things like that. Commodities, paper, pen, all that kind of stuff, promotional items, $40,000 a year. Equipment, computers, replacing outdated computers, outdated servers, keeping the furniture in good shape, costs us about $30,000 a year. So we also have subsidies, loans and grants totaling $630,000. $500,000 of that goes to our Physicians Health Program and $130,000 to the PMP program at the Board of Pharmacy. So if you just kind of put all that together and you look at it, this is kind of the summary slide showing you how we get to the $3.6 million that we spend each year. So I'll be glad to take any questions that anybody has on any of that.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Kim. Moving on to the minutes of the Executive Committee meeting dated March 24th, 2021. I'll give you a second to review the minutes. Any discussion or need for correction? Is there a motion for approval?
So moved, Michelle Owens.
Second.
Second, Dr. Miles.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? It's passed. Moving on to the approval of the minutes of the two-day board meeting dated March 24th and 25th, 2021. Tab 6. Take a minute to review.
Move to approve.
Second, Michelle Owens.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? It's passed. Moving on to tab 7, report of the May 20th executive committee meeting. That was today.
Yeah.
Secretary wasn't there.
So, well, that's, well, yeah, trying to back. Let me, I'm just gonna pull up the information from this morning. We don't have the other board meeting pulled up. Oh, actually, it might be.
We didn't have a secretary.
I would like to.
So the executive committee did meet this morning, and we had a personal appearance by Dr. DeCito, who was requesting a waiver to for licensure, and that request was denied. So I guess, I just need a motion to approve.
Need a motion for approval of the executive committee meeting report.
So moved.
Today. Is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? It is approved. Moving on to reports from committees, we will start actually with our nomination committee that was appointed to nominate new officers for the now open positions for officers on the board. After Dr. Miles' report, Ms. Alexis Morris will be the hearing officer, just helping run the election.
The nominating committee met and talked several times, and the slate we are to present is for secretary, Dr. Lippincott, for vice president, Dr. Owens, and for president, Dr. McClendon. Any other additions that anybody would like to make? Questions? Then I'd like a motion for approval of that slate. All in favor? Aye. Mr. President, that is our slate. It is approved.
Thank you, Dr. Miles. Moving on to reports from committees, scope of practice, Dr. Owens.
There were no issues that were brought up for scope of practice.
Thank you. Moving on to professionals health program, Dr. Lippincott, any report?
The board of directors of the professionals program recently had their meeting, and the program carries on its good work. And Dr. Scott Hamilton is working with Dr. Cleveland to offer the services of the program to the medical students. And that's all.
Great, thank you. For the telemedicine interstate licensure compact, there was telemedicine language discussed this morning in the Rules and Regs Committee that I'll defer to Dr. Miles' discussion as chair of that committee. Moving on to licensees, education and communication, Dr. Owens.
No report. We are in process of getting ready for our next edition of the newsletter. So if there are any board members who are interested in submitting an article or any written information to go out in the newsletter, if there's an issue that you are particularly passionate about or feel like we need to promote to our membership, just please let me know. And there's one of you who should be checking your email soon for a request to be featured in our board member spotlight.
For Physician Assistant Advisory Task Force, I'm still currently the chair, but not for long, but no report. Moving on to rules, regulation, and legislative, Dr. Miles.
The Rules and Regulations Committee met this morning to consider really just some clearing language, some updates to make the regulations read a little better and help a lot of your friends understand what we're trying to do. We had a change in the Part 2635 practice of telemedicine. The main change there is to practice telemedicine in the state of Mississippi, a Mississippi physician must have an unrestricted license. And we'll skip on down. And then Part 2635, there's been evidently some confusion when we send an investigator to an office to request records. Some people want to invoke the HIPAA Act and get a lawyer to say we can't see them. We put in language that states we are HIPAA exempt, and if our investigator asks for a chart or records, we expect to get them then at that point, just to make sure everybody understands that. I believe everybody's known that, but it's lawyers' job to obstruct and delay, and they do a great job. So we're just trying to get through that part of it right away. We were gonna talk about, part 2640 having to do with the new marijuana situation, and since that's been put on hold by the Supreme Court, we're gonna put ours on hold. We're gonna wait until we see what the legislature puts up as guardrails, and we'll fit our regs within that. We're just gonna follow the law. Occupational License Review Commission had some suggestions, and we agreed. Part 2615, Chapter 1, physicians who practice with physician assistants and supervisor. If they have a Mississippi license, they must practice with the state of Mississippi 20 hours a week. And the problems there were, we were getting a physician who lived in San Diego, and his PA lived in San Diego also, and they were practicing medicine in Mississippi and never came or never intended to come. So we had to conflict. We already had that on NPs, where anybody collaborating with an NP had to practice in the state 20 hours a week or 80 hours a month, however you multiply that. And so we just made the two situations as similar as we could. And I think that's all we did.
Is there anything to officially vote on? Do we have a copy of those?
Yeah.
changes?
Except the recommendations from rules and regs for
Yeah,
approval.
for approval.
We got a copy of those changes coming that can be made available to the board.
Yeah, they're in your binder.
They're already changed
You
in
have to
here.
go back and to rules and regs meeting this morning.
Yeah.
Is there a motion for any further discussion?
Dr. Moss, help me understand the telemedicine piece in terms of unrestricted license. That, you know, telemedicine is very broad.
Right.
And we may have licensees say that are restricted to mail-only practice, which means that they'll be in the corrections department, which they may require them to do some telemedicine. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of, you know, telemedicine is going to be pretty ubiquitous very soon.
Yeah,
And you may be putting somebody where they can't be employed.
we're trying to get ahead of this. Telemedicine moves so fast that it's hard to stay up, and it's certainly hard to stay ahead of it. But the way we look at this is, if you have your license restricted by this board in the state of Mississippi, there are some perks you lose. You can't collaborate with an NP, you can't supervise a PA, and you can't do telemedicine, which would encourage you to get your license unrestricted as quickly as possible.
Yeah, my point is, though, within a couple of years, telemedicine may be a part of virtually everybody's practice.
Right.
So should that not go through the telemedicine committee to further discussion? That's a very big, that's a big restriction.
So, my question would be, should anticipatory issues, I mean, I think for those things that we know or can be sure of, is one thing, but the question that I have is, should we delay taking action when we don't know what the future is really going to hold in that regard, or how much of an issue it's going to be? And I think that was, I guess, the other part of that is, we know that changes are coming. We don't know what those are going to look like. And so then the question becomes, do we decide not to act based on what we know now, when we don't really know what's going to come or how it's going to change in the future? I guess that's the other question.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree with the concept. You know, someone with a restricted license who's wanting to do a business model telemedicine only is one thing, but you know, in primary care, telemedicine is just going to be part of primary care.
May I speak?
So, as Dr. Miles said, there's a lot of things that privileges you lose when you get a restriction placed on your license. And the fact is, most restrictions are temporary, 6 months or a year or something like that. And then they have the right to come before the board and ask those restrictions to be removed. And when we write regulations, I think y'all are all familiar with the fact that we kind of have to regulate to the lowest common denominator and what the issues may be. And it's really not the prison doctor who may be doing telemedicine with inmates, even though he gets caught in this regulation, he or she. But it's the doctor in a faraway state who has a restricted license and is trying to practice telemedicine into Mississippi. And we have no ability to reach out and get patient files, just like we were talking about earlier. We have no ability to go visit them and talk with them. It's a very difficult thing to regulate now. And if they've already shown to be a problem, and by having a restriction on their license, they have already shown to be a problem, those are the people that are most likely to be a problem again in the future. And that's where this is coming from.
No,
And I mean,
totally get it.
I understand what you're saying about the unintended consequences, but at the same time, we do not have the budget to regulate physicians across the United States, or for that matter, across the globe, if they're practicing from faraway places. And so this is just an attempt to bring that under a little bit more control than it is right now.
When you say restricted, is it restricted by this board or any entity?
Well, restricted by this board. So, but if they had restrictions placed on them in another state, of course, we would most likely mirror image those restrictions here, so they would be restricted by this board still. So,
Yeah, I think we're on the same page. I totally get that and understand that. I really think 2 years from now, we're gonna have a whole different environment than we have today.
I'm trying to regulate where we are now.
And I think that would be better
Yeah.
done in 2 years, when it comes up again, when the telemedicine data and all, maybe it's better, faster. I just think this solves our problem for now with the communication problem we have now.
Yeah, we just need to have a way, since we're throwing a very broad net, we need to have a way to take care of the unintended consequences.
Well, we can always change regulations. The goal is always moving in regulations, especially in today's world with technology changing as fast as it is. And rumor has it that you're going to be the new chair of the telemedicine committee, so I will be glad to work with you on keeping ahead.
And also, anybody who believes that this is over restrictive on them can certainly come before the board to discuss.
And ask for relief.
Ask for relief.
The board has the right to suspend any of its regulations. So,
Yeah.
Any further discussion? This report. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second, Michelle Owens.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? It is approved. Also, just to let everyone know that there will be some adjustments to the chair positions of the subcommittees and members on the subcommittees. And if you have any interest in certain areas of both leadership of the committee or just membership, please let me know or Ken know, and we'll certainly try to help facilitate that. We do have a late addition to the agenda concerning an investigative subpoena. I'd like to entertain a motion to close the meeting to enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing whether to issue subpoenas regarding investigations of alleged misconduct and violations of the statutes and regulations governing the practice of medicine.
So moved, Michelle Owens.
Second. No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? It's approved. Court is back in session. The investigative subpoena 2021-142 was approved. Moving on to our next item on the agenda. Jennifer Griffin, MD, Mobile, Alabama, Mississippi medical license number 21889. She has a petition to lift restrictions. Stan?
Yes, Dr. Griffin has requested that the board consider an abstention, so to speak. She is not here, but do I keep that feedback? Is that me?
A little bit.
Yeah, John is not the turn your microphone down a little bit, I think.
On February 17th of last year, 2020, she executed a consent order with this board after it was discovered that she had issued pre-signed prescriptions, which was considered unprofessional conduct under the rules and regulations of the board. The consent order resulted in suspension of her license with an automatic stay, which means she was able to continue to practice subject to certain terms and conditions. One being that within 6 months from the day of the order, that she successfully completes CME in the areas of prescribing of controlled substances, medical record keeping and ethics, controlled substances and medical record keeping. The documentation which I have before me, I think is a part of the agenda, reveals that she has complied with those conditions, and the consent order states that, I quote, licensee shall have the right but not the obligation to petition the board for reinstatement of her license in full unrestricted status after completing all terms and conditions of the order. What I'm going to do is place into the record her letter requesting release of the restrictions, the consent order, and the documentation and proof of her completing the continuing medical education. I'll introduce that as board exhibit 1 and the only exhibit.
So I read through all of her documents. It seemed that she was very forthright and appropriate. It felt like that she had appropriately learned her lesson with her mistakes. I think it would have made her case a little better if she was here to represent herself, but I felt like her documentation was strong.
And she's been cooperative, right? I mean, in the initiation of the consent order, in the taking of her CMEs.
Right.
She's been very cooperative and compliant throughout the whole process. So as executive director, I would recommend the lifting of the restrictions.
So there's a motion for acceptance of lifting the restrictions on the license for Jennifer Griffin, MD.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I just would like to make a point. In her letter, I thought it was, we don't always get a lot of feedback, but she was very complimentary of the courses that she took. I noticed that they were actually very extensive, lots of hours that she received for it. But it seems like in addition to her learning her lesson, she also learned some other very important things. And I just wanted to highlight that because I thought that specific part is something that she really didn't have to volunteer. And it looks like what she learned in those courses kind of actually has extended to her practice. And also she shared it with other individuals, which I think really is optimally what we would like to see happen. It's been a learning process, not just for her, but it's also spread to her colleagues around her.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion on the table, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? It is approved. Moving on to item 10, Daylissa Miles Bridges, PA from Pascagoula, Mississippi. Physician assistant license PA 00032. Potential approval of consent for.
This is a reciprocal consent order. Ms. Bridges was disciplined by the Alabama Board of Medical Examiners after it was discovered that she failed to achieve the requisite number of continuing medical education requirements, but more importantly, on her renewal application, she stated that she in fact had achieved and taken the requisite number of courses, when in fact she did not. And so she was charged by the state of Alabama with falsifying her renewal application. The state of Alabama administered discipline as a result of that. The discipline was in the form of a reprimand, a fine of $500, and a requirement to take AMA Category 1 continuing education and ethics and so forth. As we normally do when when another licensure state takes disciplinary action against one of this board's licensees, generally speaking, it will reciprocate and administer the same form of discipline, and that's what this consent order accomplishes. And she has executed the consent order that this board has prepared and presented to her. It administers the same requirements. She is reprimanded, and she's required to obtain 50 hours of AMA PRA Category 1 continuing medical education. In other words, when she comes into compliance with what Alabama requires, she will also be in compliance with this agency. So that consent order is being presented for this board's approval.
So we're not requiring additional hours on top of Alabama. It's
No.
just altogether.
We're not. And even though she was out of compliance with Alabama's CME requirements, she was actually still in compliance with our CME requirements. So this is really just taking action in the form of a reprimand based on the fact that she had action taken in another state.
Was there any, I know that it's always your responsibility when you hold multiple licenses, you are responsible for the requirements in each one. Seeing that there's a difference from one to the other, did you feel like, did it seem as though this was something that was inadvertent, accidental, or did it appear that there might have been? I'm just asking what it appeared, you know.
I mean,
Or was
we
there-
looked at the information that came from Alabama. I don't know that we delved
Yeah.
that deep into
I
it.
just-
I mean,
It was
I
just,
just
she
didn't
was disciplined, so we.
Mr. President, just from my understanding, are we required to mirror, like the federation mandate that states mirror each other? Because really, she didn't violate anything with Mississippi. It's just that she was reprimanded in Alabama, which means.
It's just precedent. I don't
That's my
believe
question.
I don't believe it's actually in statute.
It's not in statute. We're not required to do it. It's just, it's very common and it's the way we do things. And I mean, this is a reprimand. This is not anything more than what she's already received. And we're not the only state. Every state does this. So when you'll see situations of licensees that are licensed in multiple states, it's just a domino effect. And every state board gets that. So like if this shows up in a future thing and you go, oh my gosh, she's had 9 states take action on her, but then you look at it and you go, no, there was one action and everybody else just documented the fact that the action occurred.
So is there ever an instance where we would just say, we don't need to do anything? Or is it just
It's
precedent?
We
We already do it?
The typical situation is there was an egregious act in one state, so we have to make that call. It's not safe for you to practice in Alabama, it's not safe for you to practice in Mississippi. Obviously, this does seem to be a different situation.
This particular case would not be a good example because this is a relatively minor violation. But if you had a serious violation, the obligation, it's not an obligation, but the right of this board to reciprocate and mirror the actions of another state is very important to avoid what we often refer to as geographical cure. You're being disciplined in one state, so you just quietly go to another state where you're not being disciplined.
I totally get it, but it's just like,
That's what I was gonna make is, you get somebody with multiple licenses and they get hit in Alabama, they say, okay, I just give that up, no,
That's right.
they're using the system.
no, I totally understand it. The question is, does it require it every time,
It's not required.
irrespective of the issue? Because like, this seems like a waste of our resources. You guys could have done this.
Well, I would disagree with you respectfully, and that it's a waste of our resources. It is now official, will be documented in her file, and if there's ever future issues with her, then this certainly would be brought back up at that time. So it's the way it works. And where do you draw the line? If you're going to say, well, that's so minor, we don't have to deal with it. Well, where are you going to draw the line that it gets to a point where you go, okay, well, that's major enough to deal with, but that's not major enough to deal with.
That's why we're here to use our good judgment. That's the purpose of the board.
Not only is the board not obligated to mirror, but it can take for greater discipline.
Right.
Have we moved to accept the consent order?
We need a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
Can you get a vote count?
The nays,
There's 2 nays.
1 nay, 2.
There is a majority that is approved. We are having an adjustment to our hearing schedule. We will be shifting what's in your agenda 13 to our current next hearing in the case of James Delgadillo.
Delgadillo is the way.
Correct. So we will start on this.
Sit over here. That way they get you. In cases where the charges resulting in a consent order are more significant, if you will, my best adjective, I guess. Oftentimes it's important that board members want to see the practitioner whose consent order is being presented. Thus is the case of Dr. Delgadillo. Let me summarize. On May 12, 2021, he executed a consent order with this board, which in essence evolved out of actions taken in the state of Wisconsin. Allow me to summarize the facts, if I may. And then Dr. Delgadillo is here to answer any questions that the board members may have. In 2016, 2017, concerns were expressed regarding Dr. Delgadillo's prescribing of controlled substances allegedly being outside the course of legit professional practice. At the time those allegations were arose, he was practicing at a large clinic in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, what they call the Marshfield Clinic. At that time, also a complaint had been filed with the Wisconsin Department of Safety and Professional Services, alleging that the licensee had exhibited a pattern of prescribing medication in a manner that is inconsistent with the standard of minimal competence. During an inquiry by the Marshfield Clinic, Dr. Delgadillo was requested and voluntarily agreed to have his prescribing to be placed under monitoring in that state and that clinic. In response to the request to be monitored, Dr. Delgadillo was invited to leave the Marshfield Clinic. As he described it, he accepted and resigned from that clinic. What that does is that raises the separate statutory ground to discipline in this state based upon having medical staff privileges at a licensed hospital restricted. As a result of the same series of allegations, the Wisconsin Department of Safety and Professional Services did issue a formal action. It was a reprimand. They reprimanded Dr. Delgadillo. Now, the problem was that when he was renewing his medical license, this board asked every applicant a series of questions. Those being, have you ever been disciplined by another state licensing board? Or are you now, or have you been under investigation by any state licensure board? Or have you ever been investigated or have restrictions placed upon your medical staff privileges in a licensed hospital? In exchange to those questions, Dr. Docadillo said no. He was called before this board, and as with discussing with him and his counsel, we entered into opposed consent order with him, which would result in the same similar actions taken in the state of Wisconsin. Now therefore, the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure, with consent of licensee as signified by his joinder herein, hereby restricts medical license. It's not a reprimand, it's a formal restriction. Licensee shall provide the board a written explanation as to why he failed to correctly answer the affidavit questions relating to his original application for a permanent license and his subsequent renewal application. Said documentation shall provide a detailed timeline of events and is due within 10 business days of execution of this consent order. He has filed that. And with his acquiescence, I'm going to provide this to the members of the board. Doctor, do you have any objections? I should add that this appearance in front of the board today to present the consent agreement is in lieu of a hearing. I'll give the board members a few minutes to look at this, but while you're doing that, let me add a couple more things. The second requirement imposed by virtue of this consent order being presented to the board states that Dr. Docadillo will obtain his what they call prescriber activity report from the Mississippi Prescription Monitoring Program for each quarter. And the licensee shall analyze said report and provide the board with and his compliance director with an analysis and a written statement, and shall provide said statement no later than 15 days after conclusion of each quarter. I will add this, that after Dr. Docadillo left the state of Wisconsin and initiated practice in here in this state, that we did run a PMP report and found his prescribing to be appropriate. Or should I say, there was no indications of any prescribing outside the course of legitimate professional practice. Dr. Docadillo is here to answer any questions by the board members. Is that correct, Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Before I go any further, let's get you sworn in.
Please stand.
Raise your
I'm
right
sorry.
hand. You don't have to, okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Doctor, if you would probably give the board members a few more minutes to read, but this is not a formal hearing. This is just your presentation to the board and to explain to the board why you believe this is a fair resolution of the matter now pending.
Doctor, are you represented by counsel?
Yes, I am.
Is your counsel present today?
Yes, she is.
Elizabeth.
I'm sorry, can you speak up for the record?
Yes,
please?
Elizabeth Hyde.
Sure.
I just didn't want to cause a distraction.
Doctor, thank you for your letter, trying to help us understand your case a little bit better. Can you describe, so when you say when my prescribing practices while practicing medicine in the state of Wisconsin were first brought to my attention by Marshfield Clinic Health Systems, can you give us more detail about when you say prescribing practices? What prescribing practices created a situation where the health system decided to act?
It was that I was prescribing too many, they were mostly focused on opioid prescriptions. Too many morphine and milligram equivalents per day for a patient and multiple patients.
Can you just clarify for me what was your practice at that time?
Outpatient, clinic setting, internal medicine.
So just general internal medicine?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your training and board certification status?
It's internal medicine.
You are board certified?
Yes, sir. As of 2012.
Dr. Delgadillo, did your clinic have a arbitrary limit on morphine equivalents that if you went beyond needed to be approved, or was there a medical director that signed off on such things, or whose opinion was it that you were writing too many?
I guess it got initiated after a colleague of mine saw a patient of mine in the hospital and noticed that she was on a large number of morphine milligram equivalents. And that led to a further investigation of how many opioid prescriptions I was prescribing in my practice in general.
Okay. The CDC, although that's not necessarily the gold standard, it is a national standard, it's 90, is their kind of limit for probably thinking about referral to a tertiary pain clinic setting. So what was the number of morphine equivalents for the
I
patients?
can
that
say
concerned about?
probably for the most common number I was hearing was more around 50.
Yeah.
Try to prescribe under 50.
Yeah, so, without knowing a whole lot more, it's not hearing, we're just trying to get a little bit more information. I mean, 50 morphine equivalents for somebody that's been on opioids for a while is not super impressive to people that have experience treating those type patients, so. I'm not sure this wasn't just someone's concern. Could have been addressed. If there was no limit that you were required to abide by, I'm not sure.
Officially, no, sir.
Yeah.
So to kind of follow up with the officially part, so because a lot of this is, I guess, there's a question about what was clear to you and how this information was presented. So was there ever can you describe for us the process? I know what you've written down, but how did this take place? Was there ever anything that was in writing? What was your process by which you gained this information?
Right. Initially, I guess this would have been back in around December 2016 when they first presented it to me. I was asked to meet with another provider, and I'm sorry I can't remember his actual position, but his name was Dr. Brandon Parkhurst, and I didn't know what it was for initially until we sat down together and we started talking. And he was telling me that I was prescribing, I was exceeding 50 morphine milligram equivalents for a lot of my patients. And I had to be a little bit more, I had to be more compliant with urine drug screenings, signing contracts, and attempting to wean down a lot of my patients on their opioid prescriptions.
So,
What are the rules of Wisconsin related to chronic opioid prescribing?
Generally, if for whatever reason you do have to prescribe more than 50 morphine milligram equivalents, then you're also supposed to prescribe Narcan as a safety measure. And I was not doing that either.
What about related to pain contracts? How often to see the patients? How often do your drug screens?
Roughly every 3 months on urine drug screens, and to actually see the patient every time they are requesting a prescription for pain medication.
Could you move the microphone a little closer?
I'm sorry.
So I guess my suspicion is that you weren't strictly following those rules, and that's likely why the hospital investigated and possibly took action.
That is correct.
when this was presented to you, was it presented to you as a peer review issue? Were those terms ever used? What specifically was said?
I cannot say that, other than that meeting I mentioned that we met. It was simply in our regular meeting room, and it was just in a meeting talking.
Did they ever mention that your employment might be in jeopardy if there was not a change in your practice?
Not in the very first meeting.
And how many total meetings did you have?
I can say 2, and then the third one was involved discussion of my resignation.
Was there, for lack of a better term, a sentinel event? The patient that was in the hospital that you had a colleague concerned about, was it an overdose situation, intoxication?
No, it was something unrelated to her actual prescription. It was an unrelated issue that she presented.
Okay.
You're in internal medicine.
Yes, sir.
What was the general reason you prescribed opioid? You know, pain, talking about chronic pain, not cancer pain.
That is correct.
Chronic
pain.
Chronic pain. About what percentage of your patient population are you treating for chronic pain?
Previously or now?
When all this started?
Okay.
And now?
I'm going to have to say over 50%.
And you were not a pain clinic?
That is correct. At least my practice was not a pain.
Here in Mississippi, you would have to be a pain.
Yes, sir.
And now, how many?
I'm going to say definitely under 20%.
What else do you chronically prescribe for chronic pain other than opioids?
Neurogenic medications such as gabapentin, Lyrica, and NSAIDs. At times, muscle relaxers as well. But I'm also recommending people go to physical therapy, be evaluated by, if I feel it's appropriate, like by anesthesiology, pain management, and if necessary, neurosurgeon, because a lot of them seem to be back problems.
What kind of muscle relaxers?
Typically, cyclobenzaprine or tizanidine. On occasions, I may prescribe baclofen.
But you're not doing that now, or you're still doing that?
No, that's what I'm doing now, as far as addressing pain.
Opioids and occasionally some benzo.
Now, opioids, I don't do it as often now in the state of Wisconsin.
Do we know when the rules changed in Wisconsin? 2016 might have been before the rule change.
I'm sorry,
So the year 2016 was when the date of the first incident.
Yes, sir.
And so it is helpful to understand there were physicians living under different rules
during that time. We're under a different rule set now. And so it's just helpful to try to understand what rule set were you living under in 2016 in Wisconsin, because we don't technically, we suspect it's similar to Mississippi. Not always.
If I understand Dr. McClendon's comment, there was a nationwide, there was a response by almost every state to amend the rules and regulations in response to the opioid crisis. Did Wisconsin do that while you were there?
Yes, they did, but I have to be honest, that was not actually officially presented to me until, I'm going to say about 5 months later, we actually had a formal meeting about opioids and to get the update on the rules.
Can you tell the board your interactions with the Wisconsin board that resulted in the reprimand that it issued?
I first got word that I was being under investigated by the Wisconsin board in September 2019. So this was well after I resigned. I did send a letter, and perhaps the board has this letter that I had sent to Wisconsin. And I did not hear anything back for almost a year as far as the update on my status through the state of Wisconsin. I had tried to contact the lawyer who had initially contacted me through email, who requested my letter, and at least 4 or 5 times, no, 4 to 6 times by telephone, and left messages each time, and I never got a response back. It wasn't until July of 2020 that I finally got an email stating that they wanted to present to me an order with the requirements that Mr. Ingram explained earlier.
Did you ever send a certified letter to the board?
Of Wisconsin?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did send a letter. Yes, ma'am.
Like a certified letter though, so that you could have somebody sign for it, so that you could be assured that it was received? You have.
I guess technically not certified, but I did send them a letter.
Yeah.
And I was told that they received it.
Through email?
Yes.
Do you have that email?
Yes.
Okay.
Doctor, when you were in Wisconsin and also currently in Mississippi, were you and are you a hospice medical director also?
I'm not, no, I never was a hospice medical director, although I did participate with hospice services and signed off on orders on patients who are in hospice.
Okay, what's before the board? Again, this is an informal appearance as to whether or not you will accept this consent order which he has signed with this board. Obviously, the consent order is subject to this board's approval. You've got the choice of accepting the consent agreement, amending it, or denying it. In the event it's denied, then we would set the matter for hearing at a future date. This is an informal appearance, and just trying to present enough information to the board to allow you to make that decision. I will add, let me make one other comment. I stated earlier, and the investigative staff of the board did conduct, I would say, an investigation, ran a PMP profile, and found that his prescribing in Mississippi since he's arrived here not to be in question. Didn't find anything unusual or suggesting a violation.
Can I ask a question?
Is that correct?
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Oh, Dr. Delgadillo, what could you tell us a little bit about what your current practice? What are you doing now? I missed that.
Now I'm still doing outpatient medicine, internal medicine.
Outpatient only.
Outpatient only.
And do you have hospice patients?
Yes, through our home health and hospice agencies.
I think you want to know where you're practicing physically.
Oh, this in Corinth, Mississippi.
He's the attending for his patients when they're admitted to hospice. He's not a hospice medical director.
Right. But you don't admit patients to the hospital?
No, I do not follow them in the hospital.
And are you in a solo practice or?
No, sir, I'm part of North Mississippi Primary Health Care.
So how many doctors are in your clinic?
Doctors or nurse practitioners or everybody?
Doctors.
As far as physicians in our clinic system, I believe 5 amongst our 8 or 9 clinics.
And how many nurse, do you collaborate with nurse practitioners?
Yes, one nurse practitioner is in my clinic.
And only the one?
Yes, sir. Sometimes I do get questions from some of the other nurse practitioners in the sister offices, but primarily it's one.
Are you the official collaborator? That's the question. Are you the official physician collaborator for that nurse practitioner?
Like in charge, like a supervisor, sir?
Collaborating physician.
Are you reviewing the charts?
I see what you're saying. Okay. How can I put this? At the end of every month, I have notes sent to me randomly on 3 different nurse practitioners in our system to review.
So you're on their protocols as primary collaborator?
I have not heard those actual terms used, sir, so I cannot say if I am or not.
So what is your understanding of the way that the collaborative agreements between nurse practitioners and physician's assistants and physicians work in Mississippi?
A lot of these practices are very similar, but there's a lot of, or I should say a lot of items when it comes to diabetic supplies and medications that there's restrictions with nurse practitioners and I have to sign off.
So I guess my specific question, I apologize for not being clear, is just what is your understanding of your responsibility as a physician who collaborates with nurse practitioners or with advanced practice providers under the state regulations?
I see. Pretty much they consult with me on patients they may be having and not understanding the next step in treatment. And I gladly give them my opinion of what the next step should be.
So there's a collaborative experience from one person, one healthcare professional to another, but there's also a formal relationship that has to exist in Mississippi because we are a collaborative state. And so that means that physicians who collaborate with nurse practitioners, like the nurse practitioners have a designated individual who serves as their named collaborating physician. That person is supposed to shares responsibility for the patient care and also actually reviews records, charts, etc. It sounds like you may be serving in that capacity, but I'm not sure that I'm hearing that you are aware of a formal relationship or documentation of that. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yes,
or-
ma'am. I guess formally, I'm not sure of that official type.
Which is a good subject to bring up when we consider the fact that this consent order is accepted, his license will be restricted, doctor, which means you cannot collaborate with a nurse practitioner or supervise the PA.
How many doctors are in the office you're in?
I am the only one.
The only one. And how many nurse practitioners or PAs are there?
Only one.
One. It's just the 2 of them.
Yes, sir.
So sounds to me like North Mississippi's kind of taking care of the administrative part of this for you. And following the guidelines for the state, but you're not fully aware of them. Do you intend to practice chronic pain management? You said 20% of your current patients. And you're aware that North Mississippi has a pain clinic if you need a referral.
Our actual clinic system does not have a pain clinic, but we can refer out to the nearby systems.
So this is not the North Mississippi Health Services, North Mississippi Medical Center
Health Service.
Right. We are all, well, North Mississippi Primary Health Care is just primary care.
Is it affiliated with the North Mississippi Medical Center?
No, it is different.
Okay,
from
all
one
right.
to
It's a different North Mississippi.
All right, okay, that's
How
helpful.
many?
I'm sorry,
Is it the MQHC?
sorry, what's
Is it federal clinic?
it is a federal clinic, yes.
There's no requirement. Elaborate. Do you not remember signing a protocol for the nurse practitioners?
I may have, and that would have been over 3 years ago.
So how long have you been practicing in Corinth?
3 years, sir.
Doctor, it's important for you to know that, it is your responsibility to understand the rules and regulations of the medical board the state that you practice in. And so it sounds like that there's some self-education that needs to continue to happen. Because these not paying attention or ignorance of the rules can get people in a lot of trouble.
This becomes more of an issue because of the implications of this process. If this is accepted, just so you're aware, it will limit your ability to be that. If you are that person on paper, then it will remove your ability to serve in that capacity. So what that means is that your organization will then have to find another individual to be able to serve or to be that person for the advanced practice providers that are there. So even if you aren't aware of whether or not your name is on the paper, I would encourage you to figure that out, because what happens today might create an administrative change that needs to take place as a result of whatever actions are taken.
And I would scour the rules that are posted on the board website for 2640 prescribing, if you're going to continue doing that, just so you're aware.
Dr. Itzer.
What's the duration, or when's the earliest that you could come back and ask for it to be?
2 years.
Eight quarterly
eight
reviews.
quarters.
8 quarters.
Can I just make a statement? This consent order is modeled after what would happen if he returned to the state of Wisconsin. So they put all these same provisions in place if he were to return to the state of Wisconsin, but he's practicing here in Mississippi. So we essentially took the consent order with Wisconsin and made it apply to Mississippi, since this is where he's currently practicing. Does that make sense?
And he has to go through 8 quarterly reviews, so that would be.
So has the 8 quarterly reviews timeline already started? Okay.
No.
No, it doesn't begin until this thing is accepted by this board. He may have already filed one, prepared one, I don't know.
Stan, do you have anything further?
I do not.
I entertain a motion to go into executive session on this matter.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any nays? It's approved. We'll go into executive session.
Yeah, the guard. Here we go again.
Here we go.
I know you just want to be by name. It's the most coveted.
I need somebody to teach me. Well, I can see.
Board is back in session. Dr. Lippincott, our new secretary, will read the results of the executive session decision.
In a motion made by Dr. Ebning and approved by Dr. Owens, the board unanimously approved the consent order.
Thank you all.
Any questions?
Thank you, members.
Lunch is here. Would y'all like to take a lunch break? 45 minutes? 12:30?
An hour.
An hour? 12:30. 12:30. We will come back in session at 12:30. We'll recess for lunch.
No names. No, that's your name.
Well, Philip's not here. Do you want your lawyer here?
Yes, sir, we need him here.
Still wear mine because I think that the people who are not vaccinated are cheating and they're masquerading as vaccinated people because they want the freedom, but they don't want the responsibility of not vaccinated. Okay, so I wear mine and my husband's like, I might just take some of that. That's what I know what I know what I I've got my, look, I've got a card. But it was just funny. He's like, okay. How many more we got?
You see?
We're waiting on a lawyer.
Oh,
We'll be waiting.
surprise, surprise.
You don't know.
Unfortunately, he's involved in the next two appearances.
Oh, goodness.
Okay.
Should I make reservations here for tonight?
Out went straight to voicemail.
Which one?
May or may not have that you wouldn't want other people to hear. We haven't heard anything out of order yet, but I'm just giving you a heads up. But yeah, so when you think about it, all total, we got like 13,500 licensees. There's no way for us to physically look at everything. So the system probably automatically approves 12,000. Yeah. What we need. So,
Very good.
So that's a little confusing to people sometimes. We just need a way to know that the telemedicine they're doing is legit.
the standard platform.
He's here, so I can't hear.
Well, and once again,
Yeah.
it's one of those things.
Well,
We don't know what you put in.
Trinka is a full-fledged hearing. Jones is a hearing, but another consent order. So take which one you want to go first. I can't hear you. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
You've got two matters.
Is your microphone not working?
It is not. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
We've got, the next two matters are both handled by Philip Chapman, representing both Dr. Jones in a separate matter, Dr. Trinka. Trinka may last a little bit longer since we're putting on official testimony, but to board's discretion, which one do you want to hear first?
Trinka's next on the list.
I can't.
Trinka's next on the list.
We'll do Trinka then.
Board's officially back in session. For the hearing, the case of Dominic Trinka, Ms. Alexis Morris will be administering the hearing.
Mr. President, board members, this is a hearing in the case of a request by Dr. Dominic Trinka to reinstate his license to practice medicine in the state of Mississippi. The last time he appeared before this board was on July 30 of last year, wherein this board denied his request for reinstatement of license, stating, and I quote, based on the exhibits introduced and testimony presented, it was determined that licensee's Center for Personalized Education for Professionals, CPEP evaluation showed multiple deficiencies and competency needed for reinstatement, including but not limited to gaps in medical knowledge and clinical judgment reasoning. Therefore, they denied the request, but stated that upon presentation to the board of an acceptable education plan prepared and supported by CPEP, this board will consider granting a restricted license so as to permit licensee to practice in a structured, supervised setting while completing the educational requirements recommended by CPEP. That's really all this, I almost said this afternoon. Representing Dr. Trinka is Philip Chapman, and this is Dr. Trinka's petition, so this matter can be turned over to Phil to present his motion.
Real loud. Gotcha. Thank you. This thing, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Philip Chapman here on behalf of Dr. Trinka. I think Stan laid it out why we're here pretty well, but I just want to go ahead and update y'all in terms of what has happened since the last time Dr. Trinka was before you. In that time, Dr. Trinka has successfully completed longitudinal treatment at Acumen. He had done most of that prior to our last meeting. He had one last visit, I think it was in June, maybe split, maybe before we met last two, but has received a report from Acumen, which found him to be fit to return to the supervised and monitored practice of medicine. He has maintained his monitoring contract with the NPHP with no hiccups or incidents. He has completed the ECG course, which was required by CPEP. He has completed the clinician-patient communication course required by CPEP. He has completed all self-study activities required by CPEP. And he has obtained a preceptor, which has been approved by CPEP and by this board. In addition to that, he has obtained an offer of employment from Delta Health Center in Mount Bayou, where his preceptor also practices and will be available to monitor and serve as a touchstone for him while he's there. Delta Health Center has also indicated to the board through a letter that it will provide chaperones for all Dr. Trinka's encounters, exams, or treatments for female patients. And while CPEP does not typically approve practice locations, it has opined in its status report, which it entered, I believe, at December 31st, that DHC will allow Dr. Trinka to appropriately and safely engage in his plan. I believe the board has copies of the report from Acumen, the final report from Acumen. the CPEP progress report for September through December, which shows that he has completed all self-study activities, and a letter from Delta Health Center. Does the board have all those? Let's look at the record, yeah. There'll be, I guess, exhibits P1, P2, and P3.
Any objection?
No objection.
And I got
About the fill me out. You go ahead and let me put my documents.
Oh, sure, yeah,
All right,
go ahead,
Just a little housekeeping. Just so that the record reflects, I mentioned moments ago, this order denying reinstatement being last time Dr. Trinker was before this board on July 30, 2020. I'm going to put that order into the record. This is board 1 or B1. And also, there are a number of new members of the board that are not familiar with the matter of Dr. Trinker's history of the program in this board. I passed out the chronology, which I introduced back in July. But I'll also introduce it this for the purpose of this hearing as well. This will be board exhibit 2.
Any objection?
Sorry, Bill, go ahead, Stephen.
Now, as the board has all those exhibits, what that would show is that Dr. Trinka to this point has now completed everything that CPEP has recommended, everything this board has required that he is able to complete without a license. So at that point, we're here today requesting reinstatement of his license. He at this point has jumped through numerous hoops. It's been a several-year process for him. He's gone through treatment and action. He's passed that successfully. They have recommended that he is able now to return to practice safely. He has been involved with the NPHP for a number of years. They have recommended that they think he is able to go back to practice safely under supervised conditions. So at this point, we're just asking for a license. Now, I'm going to put the cart before the horse just a little bit here. I do understand that the board has to actually issue that license first. But we understand also that the board probably is going to want to put some restrictions on the indication throughout. We're aware of that. We're accepting that. I would point out that as we met last year back this time, there was a recommendation from Dr. Hamilton and the NPHP after they interviewed him that included that they thought he would be safe to return to practice in a male-only setting. We realize that the board has ultimate discretion on what restrictions they want to issue, if any at all. Well, obviously, we hope there are none. We do understand there probably will be. We would like to request that that male-only restriction not be one that they take up. Instead, we have, again, we have an offer from Dr. Trinket that has offered that they will offer chaperones for female patient encounters. Acumen has said that they believe he's able and safe to go back to practice in a structured environment. It does not mention male only. It also mentioned chaperones would be acceptable for them. So Acumen is okay with it. Delta Health Center has said they will provide such supervision. And again, CPEP has said, based off of that recommendation, they have opined that DHC will allow him to appropriately and safely engage in the practice of medicine as well under those conditions. So therefore, if the board does see fit to grant licensure today, we would request that the restriction not include male only, that we allow to see female and male patients under chaperone supervision, of course, if that's what the board deems prior. At this time, that's all I have for the statement. Really don't have anything in the way of witnesses unless the board has questions for Dr. Trinket. So I'll certainly make them available, but that's our witness, that's our exhibits and our argument.
I think the record speaks for itself. If the board does have any questions for Dr. Trinket, he will be placed under oath and be available to answer any questions.
Dr. Trinket, will you please come up and let him be sworn in?
you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Any questions by the board members?
So Dr. Stringer, could you please kind of outline for us what this employment opportunity is and exactly what your intention is going to be? Because I know that over the course of your training, you had experience with the different residency programs. And so what exactly is this practice opportunity that you're considering? Or if licensed, what kind of practice are you planning on engaging?
It would be outpatient, general medicine, outpatient. In the Mississippi Delta, like it's Mount Bayou, I'd be there to start with, yes.
And so your attorney has also requested that the board at least allow you to have the opportunity to also see female patients. You've had an OBGYN practice. How extensive, how much women's health would you anticipate being a portion of the outpatient care that you are rendering?
I don't anticipate anything more than what's any general practitioner would do, which might include acute care, probably wellness exams, acute care, basically. Just nothing specialized.
Would that include screening pelvic exams?
Yes.
Mr. President, Dr. Stringer, it's been a year. Yeah. So could you just let the board know how this year has gone, kind of what you see that you've done and what you have processed and learned that makes you a better position today than a year ago?
The educational plans, I've been working on that very diligently. And, I don't know if you have a copy of the knowledge part A, and I've completed that and I've just learned a tremendous amount, just like things like, cholesterol management, screening, chest pain, use of the new anticoagulants, treatment of DVTs, macrocytic anemia, just basic topics. So I've completed those, and what I've been doing is I've been reviewing those precepts currently. Every 2 weeks, we just get on the phone and review a topic. I have, and I've been doing self-study, tremendous amount of self-study, lots of self-study. And I do something every day, self-study basically, and, just about every day. So, and like I said, I review the precept. So I feel like very good about this. And going through that experience.
I mean, you've recognized the behavior issues.
Yes.
What's different now compared to all the instances of non-compliance in the past?
Well, just understanding the rules, following the rules. I follow every rule, even if I think it's inconsequential. Sometimes judgment isn't always great, so just follow the rules. And then there's no question. That's number one. And then, workplace boundaries. Just, we're not friends at the workplace. So, and I mean, I don't mean that in a negative way, but just certain conversations shouldn't come up. So that's something. Certain conversations, it's off limits. You don't talk about certain things. Boundaries and thinking about what other people, from other people's perspective, not just mine, just other, considering other people.
Who was Marquetta Blue?
She's my precept. She's my precept.
Where is she?
She's in Cleveland. She's board certified family practitioner.
And should we work in with
Yeah,
you?
yes.
Or will she be at another location that you will check in?
No, she'll be with. She'll be with. And we meet, and also like Lisa's meeting. One of the docs in the ER brings me EKGs and review.
So which clinic are you working in, Dr. Finka?
Up in Mount Bayou.
And Dr. Blue is there also?
Yes.
Will you be, so you won't be going to the other clinics?
Not at this point.
Dr. Edmondson, as I read the recommendation, they're recommending 100% supervision. Right?
Yes.
So what's going to happen, Dr., when you have a full schedule of patients and Dr. Blue, or there's nobody to supervise you that day? What's going to happen?
Yeah. Regarding the recommendation, it's a step down recommendation. It's a step down. Like initially, it's you're right there. She's right there. Then after consultation with CPAP, then they would recommend that before I, for instance, discharge a patient from an exam, that I discuss the patient, and the patient gets discharged. Then the last step is end of day consultation. So it's a process that's determined by my preceptor and the CPAP physician, the director of CPAP, my preceptor. They determine the step down process. It's a step down process.
But things happen, and your preceptor can't be there that day. What's going to happen on your end?
They've got several physicians in the organization. I will make arrangements. I will have to make arrangements with other physicians, but I cannot see patients without. Like I said, in the very initial couple of weeks, it's one-on-one. And then after a few weeks, it gets to be discussing before you discharge the patient. So initially, it's going to be one-on-one. So I can't, if she's gone, I can't do anything. I won't.
You said a few weeks, what's the first time to step down?
The time is arbitrary. It's arbitrary. It's determined by the preceptor and the medical director of CPAP. So some people, it may occur in a couple of weeks where they say, okay, you don't have to stay next to him. He can see the patient, but he has to come out and discuss it with him before the patient leaves. And then, so it's all arbitrary on how my progress is.
How do you see this? You see it as a month, one-on-one, and then a month checking with the.
I see a month one-on-one, and then probably, if I had to guess, and this is just a guess, I would say a month one-on-one, I'd say several months, maybe 4 or 5 months of checking every, and then end of day thereafter. And then they determine when, probably anywhere from a year, the whole process, is what I understand, a year or more, 16 months. And again, it's arbitrary. I don't know.
Now, the active CPAP recommendation is that that's not arbitrary. That will be determined by the preceptor and the active director.
Yeah, well, I'm using the word arbitrary and correct.
So
it's not arbitrary. I'm using, I don't mean arbitrary. I mean it's determined by the preceptor and medical. I don't mean arbitrary.
Not a fixed time.
It's not a fixed time.
How much has the preceptor been informed as to your history?
I've told her about my history.
I've told her.
Yes.
What documentation has he or she reviewed?
I'm not sure that
This document, CPAP gives the preceptor a lot of authority to make that judgment call. For instance, for a period of time to be determined by this preceptor, And AMD, that's you all. I'm not
And
sure.
who-
AMD, what does that stand?
That's the medical director.
So for a period of time to be determined by the preceptor and medical director to manage patients with 100% direct supervision as a POC by the preceptor. So that preceptor can make a lot of judgment calls. So that's the reason my question is, what does she know?
She knows that I had a history of substance abuse, had my license suspended. And also, we meet because once a week, we have a three-way phone call. Once a week, preceptor, the medical director, and myself on progress.
Does she understand the past boundary issue?
Yes.
For the benefit of those board members who are not aware of your history.
Yes.
For any of those boundary issues involving patients?
No.
Just nurses and staff? Does that preceptor, has she been made aware of?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I know that, I know, Delta Medical Center knows that. Delta Health. They're fully aware.
As far as you know, have you done everything we've asked you to do that you can do without a medical?
Yes, sir.
Have you had your EKG course?
Yes, sir.
Stan, I see the CPAP report, but I don't see clear recommendations on their report. I see clear recommendations from active.
Can you address that, Philip? The certification, let's read on the
It's a learning goals.
Okay, I get the report. Okay, yeah, my report, yeah.
I mean, technically, I guess you're correct, and it doesn't specifically give a recommendation. It does include in some of these boxes the things that he has not been able to do yet, which stay ongoing or will be done with the preceptor. In the educational process, it does, he has completed the required self-study activities as noted above. And on the third paragraph down, it talks about the offer of employment from Delta Health Center. It says that they opine that the location will allow him to appropriately and safely engage in his plan. Now, to work there to engage in that plan further, he's going to need a license.
So on the Atkins report, on the conclusions, Trinco will implement all of the recommendations from the CPAP education plan, including having identified preceptor and including the course recommendations that they made. So where is that list?
That would have been in the initial education plan.
Yes, in the initial plan.
Would have had in things that you lay up. So how
Do you have that ready? By chance, have it.
I don't have it with me.
It's in the initial plan that we given last time, right? The board wanted it last time.
Now, most of what that is, most of those recommendations are included in that chart, it's appendix K. The learning goals. Have all the, they don't have all the descriptive language to go with each one, because that's what the goals are. Everything in the first medical knowledge box has been completed. Everything below in the clinical judgment or the following modules are in progress with participation in education. When now we're going to continue to do those is where they preset the patients and practice medicine.
I have it on my laptop, my call. It's on my laptop. Last time we came, we did this
we may be voting on some type of consent order based off CPAP recommendations, but then we need clear CPAP recommendations to base that decision.
Get the microphone, please.
All right.
Yes, yes. Hard to hear.
We're checking now to see if we have something else.
It would have been entered into the record.
I think it was in July. Yeah.
Yeah.
They should have it here.
While we are waiting, Dr. Trinket, with respect to, again, consideration for providing care to female patients, there's actually now a practice bulletin or clinical opinion about the utilization of chaperones in obstetric and gynecologic care. And so how exactly do you intend to utilize, should you be granted the ability to see female patients, how do you intend to utilize chaperones with respect to your exams?
How would I utilize them? Well, from the moment I encountered a patient, I utilize them, including introduction, the history, and the physical, and the post-exam counseling.
And so now in a lot of the EHRs, there are opportunities for you to document where interactions with female patients, if there's a chaperone present, and you can also state who that individual is, just to make sure that if you're trying to be complete in tracking that information, that is something that is kind of recommended as a best practice. And that's probably, so I think we've always known that chaperones are appropriate, but the specifics about best practices as it pertains to documentation of their presence might be a little different than what it was at the time that you completed your training. So I just wanted to make sure that you are aware of that as well.
Do you plan to use mid-level? Do you plan to supervise?
Well, I
PA?
can't. Not now. Not now. I mean, that would be. I can't. I'm sure I have.
I think you presented it. I think.
Yes.
And it was an exhibit, I recall that.
I guess
Yeah, I think the paperwork.
it's on paperwork, but I guess
I have a question.
I'd
like to call Dr. Hammond. Yeah.
Sure.
They would like to.
I have no objection. I've got that report in the office. I could have, I wanted to bring it over here, but I would think we would have.
We should.
Dr. Hammond, please.
Where was it?
Just where you need it.
Please affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Before y'all ask Dr. Hamilton questions, Dr. Trinket, if you want to take this opportunity to go to your car and see if you got those recommendations.
Yeah, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. can get some of these matters solved over there.
We don't
Okay, don't you move.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Not enough. I have a runner bringing that document down to the extent. Well, it's not my, what's not my petition, but I figure that. Your office is probably closer to mine than yours. Oh. Like foundation. They have all kinds of circles, highlights. He says it. That's pretty good.
We all have
I think I'll bring something with
Board is back in session. Stan, go ahead.
That's your.
These are questions for Dr. Hinchey.
Thank you. Dr. Hamilton, you've had an opportunity to review Dr. Tranke's progress since the board last hearing,
Yes.
and your committee has had an opportunity to review the outcomes of this work and the current recommendations for his return to practice.
Yes.
And what is your expert opinion regarding his return to practice?
First of all, we will be utilizing polygraph testing. If the board reinstates its license, we'll use any restrictions that incorporate those into a new life practice recovery monitoring. It'll also be monitored by the board investigators. My expert or my opinion as far as care of female patients is based in part upon what happened during the CPAP evaluation and concerns raised in this report.
Dr. Trinka has subsequently come on board and completed the CPAP training. And my opinion would be that if he treats female patients, that it should not include GYN care, pelvic, breast.
Has your opinion regarding melanoma practice changed?
I think, yes, it has. I think that he could be monitored with polygraph testing, provided that it would exclude breast exams or pelvic exams. I think it would be a more difficult situation to monitor safely if the other examinations were occurring. We would be open at the board's discretion to review the case after a period of time to revisit those restrictions. That would be our recommendation.
And at this point, with those restrictions, you feel that you could safely monitor?
I think safely is not a good word in these kind of cases. I think we can effectively monitor.
Thank you. That's all.
Any other questions? Thank you.
If I may, we have the document you're asking for, the initial education plan. We need to email it to somebody, print it, what do y'all want us to do?
I'm not getting, he's not on the Wi-Fi system. Can I come there? Come, bring it over here to Arlene. Arlene, will you come grab his computer and get it on the Wi-Fi system?
Mr. England, have you reviewed that document to make sure? Mr. England, have you reviewed that document to make sure that it's the one?
I have not. I'm gonna run and bring my copy down. So here she is here. I can do that. Can we take a look at it again, make sure the motion was the right one?
Dr. Train, I'm gonna let you come back up here. I'll bring you the computer.
Does the board have additional questions for Dr. Trinka?
Oh.
At this time, are there any closing statements from either party?
Ours would just be to reiterate the opening statement.
Did you email it?
No.
Yeah, Francis, me, Jonathan, Elmore. All right, just pull the document back up. Pull the document back up.
Yeah.
No.
Can we pause this hearing? Go ahead and do John, just let him get this crowd straightened out, and then resume his hearing. You good with that?
Yeah. You want to close statement now? Wait till she emails it.
Well, what we're talking about doing is just put a pause in Dr. Trinkle's hearing. Let Dr. John have his hearing, and then we're for night.
At this time, we'll have a continuance in this manner and move forward with the next.
The next hearing on our agenda is hearing in the case of Matthew Jones, tab 12. All Mississippi, license number 17025. So the hearing will also be administered by Ms. Alexis.
Yes. Mr. President, board members, this is a hearing in the matter of Dr. Matthew Brian Jones, of Laurel, Mississippi. Dr. Jones is summoned to appear before the board this date in response to an affidavit setting forth 6 counts of violation of the Mississippi Medical Practice Act. I think the board members have the summons affidavit, so you're certainly familiar with the charges and allegations. I won't just over it in detail, but I will summarize. The affidavit sets forth a number of counts pertaining to the use of pre-signed prescription. In a nutshell, he was permitting nurse practitioners to utilize pre-signed prescriptions. It is alleged at a time when they had not completed their training, so they could write prescriptions for controlled substances like medication. And so this pre-signed prescription was made available to him. Last time we had any evidence to show that he did issue pre-signed prescriptions, it was, well, we have evidence to show that they stopped doing that approximately 2 years ago, but the evidence does show that he did utilize pre-signed prescriptions appropriately. The other allegations set forth in the affidavit pertaining to him treating himself with controlled substances. I think paragraph 9 of the affidavit shows that he issued a number of prescriptions for controlled substances, in this case, 900 dosage units of phentermine, 37.5 milligrams, 540 of which were self-prescribed, including refills. This matter could come for a hearing, but in lieu of a hearing, they have executed, I said today, Dr. Jones has executed a consent order, which you have before you, which would be a resolution of the pending proceeding. The resolution, or the consent order, if you will, results in a suspension of his license with an automatic stay and placing him on probation. Specifically, the certificate is hereby suspended for a period of 6 months with suspension stay. He has 6 months. Within 6 months of approval of the consent order, he must complete CME in the areas of medical ethics, practice boundaries, prescribing of controlled drugs, and medical record keeping. He would be prohibited from supervising any physician assistants or collaborating with advanced practice nurses. And then the other usual terms and conditions, one of which is reimbursement of the board for any expenses incurred. This is an affirmative appearance to present this consent order to the board. And so, Dr. Jones, do you have any, I should say, y'all have any objections to the board member asking Dr. Jones any questions in their effort to decide whether or not they wish to accept this consent order? Do the board members have any questions? Dr. Jones, this consent order is being presented to you for your approval. Now, I will say this. If the board members wish, suspension for the stay has been pretty much consistent the way we've approached pre-signed prescriptions in the past. I do have 5 consent orders here. Dr. Blanco, Dr. Parks, Dr. Lampton, Dr. Hare, and Dr. Griffin each one dealing with charges very similar to that which Dr. Jones is facing. And in each case, either they've been reprimanded or suspended with a stay. If you wish to see those consent orders, I'd like to present those to you.
Dan, I have a question.
Absolutely.
What is the precedent for self-prescribing controlled substances?
Dr. Blanco is a good example of that. Dr. Blanco?
That's correct.
That's correct. Yeah. Therefore, this particular medical consent of license is hereby placed licensing certificate of medicine on probation for 1 year. When was that?
2 years, 3 years.
April 18, 2018. Absolutely.
What is probation? It's essentially a suspension.
Now, what the board has done is, in the past, does not say you have to do, or have to take the exact same discipline or approach. But it does show consistency and lets you know how this board has approached matters in the past. I'm not telling you have to do that.
Yes, sir.
I know we have precedent on pre-signed scripts and another one on self-prescribing. We have both.
Just have to be honest.
No precedent for both of them. I think at this juncture, unless there's a significant discussion else that needs to be had, I think this needs to be addressed in the executive session. Do y'all want to ask Dr. Jones questions before you go into executive session, or just go straight to executive session? That's what I'm asking. Is there any other questions?
There are questions. Will you please?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Dr. Jones. Charlie Miles, these self-prescriptions, how long ago?
It was a course of 3 years, probably 3 years ago, 3.5.
Over how long a period? So we're gonna count self-prescribing and having your nurse practitioner write your prescription. That's essentially the same thing. How much time did that take? How much? Over what length of time did this?
Close to 3 years.
For 6 prescriptions?
I believe it was 6 prescriptions.
I don't have the 6 prescriptions, what I'm asking. Did you get the 6 prescriptions for a period of 3 months, 1 month, 2 months?
It was continuous.
Okay.
It must have been reached.
17, 18, 19, and 20. Yeah, 5 refills each time. What drugstore did these prescriptions come from?
A drugstore inside my clinic.
Do you own the drugstore?
No.
Who owns the drugstore?
My wife.
Is your wife the registered pharmacist?
Yes.
So she saw your name on the bottom of the prescription for a controlled substance to yourself. She didn't call you and say, "Will you do it?"
I don't believe it.
You think if you'd gone to some other drugstore, they might have called you and said, "What's going on?"
Perhaps.
Why did you write the first 3 and sign your own name, and then the second 3, you had somebody else's name?
I don't recall. He and I both were trying to lose weight. He didn't use Phentermine. And I'm assuming as we were doing it, he just said he would do it. I haven't discussed it.
Did you write him in?
No.
Any additional questions?
Are you the collaborating physician, Johnson Watson?
Yes, sir.
Doctors, your wife, who is a registered pharmacist, does she own and operate two separate pharmacies?
No.
So there's the medicine cabinet of Laurel.
That's doing business as her actual company that pays discount drugs.
Then there's the medicine shop.
So that's not us. That's not.
Internal pharmacy owned and operated by licensed spouse, age 5 to 6.
Should be the medicine cabinet wall is a DBA doing business as, but her with the state name is Hayes Discount. I believe there is a medicine shop, but I don't know where it's at. It's not in law. It's not, you need to remove it.
So that's a typo of whoever typed up the document. It's medicine cabinet and medicine shop.
The other thing is, when we say prescriptions for control substance, we're supposed to have a visit documented with an indication for the medication being prescribed. And what's your expectation? There were no records here. Why?
Lapse of judgment on my part. I didn't do it. I didn't document anything.
Do you usually write controlled substances and not record the patient?
Oh, no, sir. Only did that for me. I was thinking of it from medical legal malpractice, and I wasn't thinking of it from what I should have been thinking of it from my medical board's perspective.
Dr. Wood, you learned from this experience.
Learned to listen to others. I've heard unprescribed yourself stuff. I was not thinking of it from the appropriate side. I was thinking of it from medical legal. Put myself in a bad situation. I knew medically what I was doing, but I didn't understand the board's view of it. I definitely understand that.
You were thinking of it in a medical legal term now.
Like if I cause myself cardiomyopathy from taking too much phentermine, I realized the risk, and I wasn't going to sue myself. And that's what I'm talking about.
So that's the reason you didn't record a progress note.
No, sir. No, sir. That's what I was thinking of. I just didn't do a progress note because it was myself. And I did progress notes from everything.
Dr. Jones, do you have a primary care physician? I'm not asking for that person's name, but do you have a physician? Do you have identified a person with whom you have a relationship with medical care?
I do not.
So, as you were considering your own medical risks and your goals, your health goals, did it ever cross your mind that perhaps seeking the care of a physician might be the way to still achieve the goal, and that maybe by talking to a physician and presenting what you know, as a physician, you have additional knowledge that the lay public may not, that perhaps presenting that rationale or that suggestion to another medical professional might give you an opportunity, as opposed to somebody who you collaborate with and who essentially works side by side with you or for you, that might be an opportunity to kind of see if that's the best option, or to have it be supervised by somebody on up and up. did that ever cross your mind? Like, maybe you should just find your own provider to shepherd you through the process?
I don't think it did, but it definitely does not.
I think we are accustomed to not, so we're bad at self-care across the board physicians. We're notoriously bad patients. If you take care of other physicians, you probably have felt that way. But I do believe that when you make a concerted effort to try to do something, we give so much to our patients. And then when we see a small problem, there's a temptation to just fill in the gap real quickly because you don't want to take the time to do what you need to do for yourself. And the truth is that only by doing that, you really have the clarity of thought, and show up every day to be your best self, and that includes your judgment. So I'm hearing about what you're talking about, lapses of judgment and things like that. I hope that one of the lessons that comes from this process for you is also the importance of a small portion of your life to be carved out for your own self-care, and that just as you can be a resource to so many people, the general public, that you're the public to other folks, and you might want to create a relationship with a physician so that you don't feel the need to have to heal yourself.
Are you familiar with the regulations on prescribing cinnamon weight loss?
Yes, I am that.
You weren't fit.
I was not. Thinking.
Any other questions?
Doctor, were you getting your required pain CME hours at the time of this prescribing?
Yes.
Abnormal prescribing?
Yes.
You ever remember this topic being addressed? I'll retract each question. Anybody else? Any other questions? Thank you.
Are you on? Are you on? You have additional statement?
Only to say that, again, this is an formal appearance for the board to consider whether or not to accept the consent order. You can accept it, you can amend it, or you can reject it. That's your option.
I'll move the week before the
Second. Owen.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Motion carries.
Board's back in session. Dr. Ken Lesycott, Secretary of the Board, will read the decision of the executive session.
By majority vote, the board made an action to amend the consent order to include a 6-month suspension of license without a stay and an additional 6-month prohibition of prescribing Schedule 2 and 2N controlled substances for 6 months upon return to practice, and an evaluation by the Physician's Health Program, in addition to the previously included board recommended courses. And
Thank you. Just for the record, what that means is that if you agree to the 6-month suspension, the consent order will be amended accordingly and you would sign it. If not, a hearing will be scheduled on this matter for the July meeting of the board.
That was 6 months suspension with no stay, 6 months with no Schedule 2 upon return, and one additional course?
No, the previous CME courses that were listed.
and evaluation.
And evaluation by PhD.
Take a few minutes to discuss my client. Take a few minutes to discuss.
Hey, end of next week.
You think you can make a decision quickly?
You step outside.
What do we do? Just pharmacy.
On to other topics on the agenda.
Come back to I mean, it is because same attorney.
Just take a break.
So let's,
Yeah. The lawyer can't do it one at a time.
Well,
we
because the
have
lawyers
other-
outside.
Okay.
How about we go ahead and take care of the other simpler items on the agenda? Lower way.
And the lawyer for Trinka is out there discussing this with him.
And even the surrender medical license is.
I'm sorry, do I?
Said you can announce
There was-
the surrender of Sanford.
Other board business.
Right.
So at the end of the agenda, we'll go ahead and cover that. For informational purposes, Benjamin Sanford, MD, from Starkville, has surrendered his medical license. Stan, could you just give us a kind of a brief blurb of the situation?
He pled guilty to one count of an information charging him with receipt of interstate commerce of misbranded drugs that he delivered and proffered for delivery with intent to defraud and mislead. I'm not sure you have the details on it.
I believe, let me speak off the cuff, I believe it was medicines that were counterfeit.
So,
You know there were counterfeit.
This was a federal crime. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, so, you know, it's a,
And they said interstate commerce, that's like,
so he surrendered.
Yes.
We always,
You can dispense these from his.
Yes. He's going to be incarcerated for 3 years and $250,000 fine.
and this was not our investigation.
Although we have.
Let's go ahead and discuss our July board meeting date, Wednesday, July 21st for executive committee and full board on the 22nd. I don't have any conflicts with those dates. Does anyone else?
The ones you want. 21, 20 and 21.
July
21 and
21st
22.
and July 22nd.
all right.
Don't just sign off some things.
July 21st and 22nd will be the next board.
Thank you.
Do
Absolutely.
we have a retreat scheduled? Do we have-
Yeah. Yeah, right before the MSBML. This Ken, Ken, could we get information about the board retreat?
Like to save the date for the retreat?
Yeah. Francis, do you have the dates of the board retreat that we're scheduling? I don't have them in front of me. It's August sometime, I think.
Dinner on Wednesday, the 11th, and the retreat on Thursday, August the 12th is what I got.
That would be correct. So it would be a dinner on Wednesday, the 11th.
Is that at Raymond?
No, we're doing it at the Westin like we did last time.
Because the MSBML starts Friday.
That's right. So we'd have an informal dinner for board members and speakers Wednesday night.
You have raised hand on there.
Okay. We have it set for Wednesday the 11th and Thursday the 12th. We will have dinner Wednesday night.
Yes. All right. So dinner Wednesday night, informal dinner with board members and speakers. And then we would have our meetings, our speakers Thursday morning. I'm trying to line up a telemedicine oriented type meeting, the future of telemedicine and where we're headed with that. So far, Dr. Chaudhry from FSMB has agreed to come speak and is probably going to bring Lisa Robin with him. And so I've still got a couple other speakers I'm working on. And as we venture into the future of regulations for telemedicine, I think it'll be a great topic for us. After the speakers, we'll have our usual board members and executive director discussion about where we stand on things and how we feel about each other right now, and then sing Kumbaya and hug each other. August 11th and 12th.
I believe an SMA session is the very next day.
I'm sorry.
SMA meeting session.
And then MSMA would be the 13th.
Is that the same way?
You'll be able to keep your running.
We'll resume that discussion with Dr. Jones.
One more question for the board, I guess, on the amendment to the order. As it was written, paragraph 7 said that upon satisfaction of the executive director, the licensee shall not be required to personally appear to have the consent order lifted. When his 6-month suspension is over, will he have to come back up here now, or is that going to stay the same? Will it automatically terminate at 6 months, or is he going to have to petition again?
What language says it terminates at 6 months, but for the next 6 months, the other stipulations are no
Right.
narcotics in education and PHP.
Right, correct.
I think the question is,
Well, basically, is he
does
going to
come back
have to
before the
reappear?
board after 6
Right,
months?
is he going to have to reappear?
Or is it
I did
automatically?
not see that. I don't believe we agreed to that.
But that, so y'all can decide now. Since
If he fulfills all of those requirements, I don't feel a need for it to come back. Is everybody in agreement with that?
How about that for a year?
Essentially, a suspension stays for 6 months. At the end of 6 months, the stay is lifted, the stay applies, you can return to practice, subject to restriction.
So I believe that's what the language currently says.
Without the necessity of coming back before the board.
Correct.
He will accept it. So.
Jones, so obviously, we think that you have learned the lesson of what you committed was egregious. We have rules, we have to have disciplinary processes when certain rules are done at the same time. We're committed that at the same time, we do feel that you can be a productive physician. And so I wish you best of luck.
Ms. Barrington. Time to resume the matter in Dr. Trinker.
I will amend the consent order accordingly.
Sorry, clean copy right here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you
We did stipulate follow their recommendation.
This is Dr. Trinker's petition, and so just to expedite the process, we obtained the document y'all were asking about directly from CPAP with his signature on it. And of course, I'll let Philip explain it, but I'm going to put it into the record, so we have it. This will be the petition, not the board.
Mr. Engel, will you turn your mic? You turn your mic back on. Thank you.
I keep turning it on and off because we'll tell what I'm going to say when it's on.
No, information.
Did everyone get a copy of the new exhibit already?
Let me mark it real quick.
Yeah.
Did you make extra copies?
Yeah.
For the boardroom? Okay.
Yeah.
We don't have the cover.
that when we signed.
That's the reason why it's in the record.
As y'all look at it, what that is the initial actual education plan provided by CPEP back in April 2020. It does include everything in there that he was supposed to do. I believe that everything there's an actual recommendation or requirement is actually included at the back of Exhibit P2 that you were given earlier in those two charts. It's the medical knowledge module, which was, I think, Module A of the education plan, which is all the self-study and things that we do. He has completed all that, including the ECG course, which is up there. Exhibit P2, page 7 up there, top shows ECG course completed. I believe someone asked earlier about his, either Dr. Miles or Dr. Eddie one, I think, asked about his prior encounters and how he addresses that now in terms of with patients or female coworkers, whatever. I believe he also had to take a clinician-patient communication course under the CPAP plan, which dove into those boundary issues and things such as that. He has completed that as well. He's done all the self-study it shows in P2. Everything else he has left to do under this education plan, which is P4, is clinical-based or practice-based, and is what he has to have a license in order to do. So that's basically the same stuff at the back of P2, just with a lot more descriptive language, I guess. Any questions on that? Otherwise, unless there are other questions, I believe we're ready for our closing statement. And then we can go. I'll leave that up to y'all.
You may proceed with your vote.
So essentially, closing statement again is sort of basically just to recap what we said at the beginning. Dr. Trinket to this point has done everything he is able to do without a license currently under his CPAP plan. Acumen has issued a report which says he is safe to return to practice under a structured and monitored environment. DHC has offered a letter showing their offer of employment to him where they will provide him a structured and monitored environment. Dr. Hamilton has testified today saying that his opinion has actually changed since his prior recommendation, and that Dr. Trinket would be safe to see female patients so long as it is again structured and monitored. So for those reasons, we are asking at this time that the board please reinstate his license so that he's allowed to continue with his education plan and continue the steps he has already begun over the last several years to get back into practice. We would also recommend that any restrictions placed upon that license would not include female exclusion or male only. We would ask him to be allowed to see all just because of the additional job opportunities that offers. And we feel that the structures put in place by his proposed employer at this time will cover any issues the board may have based on his prior actions. For that reason, we are here today. So, thank you.
This is one of those type situations where I don't feel the board what action they should take. You've got the discretion. If you have some concerns, you can always put a time period, reinstate the license over a certain period of time and have him return, or assuming that he's following all the rules and regulations and the restrictions imposed, then it could be, at that point, he could be cut free, but simply stated, it's your discretion. Your discretion.
Move to go into executive session. Is there a second?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Well, I'd just like to say, I think Dr. Miles meant to say he moved, y'all closed the session.
Close to go into executive.
Yeah, that's right.
Vote again, all in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
There is an May I make an announcement while we're waiting on everybody to get back? And I'll check with Dr. Gersley. If you are one of the 5 board members who have not renewed yet, I have employees standing by that will help you renew before you leave today. So if you would like to renew while you are here today and you would like somebody to help you do it, I have made arrangements for that to be done.
Just like I said,
You want to just
president of the
who we
board.
are if we are on that list?
Well, you're not.
Well, he said I already have.
No, this is renew their license to practice medicine.
Oh.
I don't know who has or who hasn't. I just know it's 4 out of 9 have, which means 5 out of 9 have not. Actually, I do have a list. I just don't remember.
Okay.
It's a.
Our administrators sent out an email that says.
It's a show cause, and it's being continued. They couldn't be here today.
Wow. But we give a grace period. Like what? Before we can charge the late fee. And Dr. Cleveland, what's the late fee for non-renewal?
It's very minimal right now, actually. It's $25 initially and then $5 per month after that, I believe. No, it's double.
Rick Campbell's first notice that said, notice your license is about to expire. I went, what?
Yeah. Well, it was.
Hey. Did you?
The board's back in session. Dr. Lippincott, the secretary of the board, will read the results of the decision of the board in executive session.
The board decided to grant Dr. Trinka a restricted license under the following conditions. One, that he have 100% one-to-one supervision by a CPEP approved preceptor for 6 months, at which time he may return to the board and request changes in privileges. 2, he's to return to Acumen for follow-up in 1 year. 3, he's to continue his lifetime monitoring with the Physician's Health Program. 4, he will not be allowed to perform breast, pelvic, or rectal exams on female patients. 5, he will have a chaperone present with all female patients. And 6, fulfill other CPEP and Acumen recommendations.
Any questions?
Question on the one-to-one requirement. Is that going to be direct supervision as in the room for every patient, or indirect as in they're in the clinic every day? What is the requirement?
Present in the room.
In the room?
consent order? Is this just an order? What are you waiting on?
To be in order prepared, yeah.
We were allowing just, we deliberated a lot of different topics, and basically just trying to give you a little bit of time to chew on it and just asking questions about.
Yeah, I think the questions he's got is all gonna be around the one-to-one, and if there's a way to lighten that, but I'm assuming there's probably not. And I guess that would just mean it's more of a, for 6 months, he's really kind of shadowing the preceptor more than
Shadow. Because
it's gonna,
I couldn't take up a doctor. Like I'd probably have to just shadow the doctor because I couldn't take a doctor.
it's a difference, yeah, it's a difference in him, I guess, having the preceptor come in to watch him see patients all day rather than him watching the preceptor. So it's really more of shadowing is what you're proposing, right? So, I mean, because the preceptor is working too. The preceptor that's there, just approved for him is working at the clinic. So she's going to be seeing patients. He would ostensibly be seeing patients, but there's not going to be any way for them both to see patients all day. If she has to be in the room with him for one. So it's really more of a, to make this work under one-to-one, he's really going to probably have to shadow her.
So under this model, the physician would have to step in for a second, say hello to the patient, and have quickly heard of kind of like the resident presenting to the attending type scenario.
So it's not that they have to be there for the full encounter. You've got to show it just like it. So it's really more of a step in, get the rundown, approve of what the treatment plan is, and then they step back out. That's what we're proposing.
So this is that point of care process that came, it was lifted from the CPAP document, page 27, where direct observation is actually defined in your document.
So you're just putting that in, you're taking that and putting that to 6 months.
Direct observation means that.
Direct observation is outlined right here. Yeah.
What page are you on?
Page 27 of 27.
Dr. Quinn, I think he said something different than direct observation.
Put that in the order.
You said
Yes,
something
it'll be
different
spelled
than
out.
direct observation.
You said direct.
Direct
No, it
observation.
said 100%, but it's 100%. He said 100% of direct observation.
Direct
And
observation.
We
Well,
use the
we're-
word supervision. That's what I'm saying. Just because I think maybe you change our word to observation. And it needs that step down to the next level. We have to talk about that.
Dr. Trent, you haven't practiced medicine in 9 years. We need somebody to observe you actually practicing medicine for a while. If after, I think we said 6 months, they determine that you can step down on the requirements, fine, but nobody knows what you can do after 9 years. It'll gradually get better, but it's got to start somewhere.
The CPAP model was direct one-to-one for a period of time, and then the next, and
That period of time is 6 months.
Right.
That's what we're saying.
I see, that's what you're saying. Okay.
And then we'll come back in 6 months and we'll see.
For the whole, for everything, the whole encounter, they have to be there. The whole encounter, because it would make it like I have to hire a doctor all the time. In other words, I could shadow them then, because I don't think they can supply a doctor for me to.
Yeah, our responsibility is to take the public. So we're trying to allow you to complete your CPAP work in a safe way for the public.
So the language of the CPAP says in some instances, the plan will specify that the participant receive 100% observation. I think it would be good, if we could clarify that for him, is do they need to be present every single second, or can they come in for a moment, say hello to the patient, and just confirm the proper plan and diagnosis like a resident with an attending?
I think starting off, as you start back to work, somebody's going to need to be in the room to watch what you're doing, asking, saying, touching, what your diagnosis is, how you arrive, what your exam looks like, are you doing it? But that's not gonna be forever.
No, I understand. The plan, the way it is, it's a tiered level. And first is direct, the other is control. And the way that CPAP, we had like myself, the director of CPAP, and the director of Delta Medical. So we had 3-way phone calls to explain how this works. And the way he explained it was, for a period of time, it's direct. They're right on top of everything you do. They're right there. And then they correspond, the preceptor corresponds with my medical, with CPAP, and they say, okay, now because he had a point where you can move out of the room in the same clinic, and he sees the patient, but before the patient discharged, I come out and discuss the patient. And then the patient, once they okay it, the patient can leave under direction. And then the next step is end of day. But that is the term, you know, the way they explain it to me and the Delta Health is the medical director at CPAP and my preceptor, they graduate me to steps. This first step, and he said it may be several weeks to a month, is what he's the CPAP director, that you are direct, they're right on top of you. And the next segment is you go in, and before you discharge a patient, you tell them what your findings are, what your plan is, and then the patient will go. And the final step is end of day, where you see the patient independently, and end of day. And that's how they explain it. And they explain that first step depends on me, of course, and it's usually like, you know, it's determined by them. Like, is that what they do? You know, that's between them. But if I had to say 6 months, to be honest,
I think we got some confusion here. CPAP explained what they wanted, and we explained what we want.
Okay, sure.
And we want to get you back to the practice of medicine. Isn't that what you want?
Sure.
Dr. Owens? No, I was gonna kind of say a similar thing. I think that's the difference, is we're not amending CPEP's recommendation or their approach. And what they were explaining was their approach,
I see.
which I think we were all clear of what their approach was, but I think that it was the position of the board that we really needed to be cautious and in an opportunity. And while it may logistically be a little bit more of a challenge, I think practically it helps to protect you too going forward, because you have more of an opportunity to get direct mentoring and to have more oversight as you are re-entering. Re-entry is a big deal in medicine in general. And a lot of people who've been out as long as you have don't have an opportunity or a pathway back. So as you're doing that, being very intentional about how that happens, I think is really the most important thing to this board, and making sure that patients are going to be well taken care of, and that what Acumen or CPAP might normally do is a little different considering the circumstances here.
From a layman's standpoint, it appears to me you would be wise to sign on with a practicing physician as an assistant to that practicing physician for a while and observe. Just observe somebody who's in current practice to learn how to do it again.
That raises a question, I guess, for me, just in terms of logistics, doing it that way. I agree. I think that's a good idea. And I think that's going to be how he has to do it, logistically speaking. Does that satisfy what the board wants to see from him in terms of actually diagnosing, treating, and thinking if he's not the one who's actually seeing the patient other than at the coattails of the doctor?
Yeah.
Is that?
Philip, I can help you work through all this. Essentially, what we're going to say is the doctor's going to be in the room with him. Dr. Trinka can see the patient, examine the patient with the doctor in the room, and then the doctor that's in the room with him gets to bill for the visit, and Dr. Trinka does not. I mean, that's basically what it's going to come down to.
For 6 months.
For 6 months.
Thank you.
This matter is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next,
Dr. Nord? Yes, that question.
next on our agenda,
Hey, bro.
Good to see you.
All right, good to see you.
next on our agenda is show cause hearing in the case of Timothy D. Jackson. MD.
This is an application for a license. He surrendered his previous license as a result of a conviction, and he is seeking his new application.
Sam,
They've
I'm
asked that
having
we-
trouble hearing you.
We can't hear you.
Your microphone.
I took
Just
the
turn that
mic off.
microphone
off.
Just
Turn
turn
Just turn
that on. Got it. And better?
Yes.
Dr. Jackson surrendered his previous license following a federal conviction of tax evasion and fraud. And he is seeking, instead of filing a petition for reinstatement, he's filing an application for a new license. That's an approach that the board has been taking lately. And his attorney could not be here today with him. And so he's asked that the matter be postponed until July.
This is a request for continuance.
It is a request for continuance.
Any concerns with the status? Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
Favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries.
Did you second?
I did. I thought I
I
moved.
seconded you. She made
I
it.
moved.
Motion second.
Is there any other business that we need to handle?
Can we, and I say this as kindly as possible, prevent anybody working for the board from extending the lease any further than it already exists on this property? They need to get the air conditioning system fixed where it is reliably put in there for it's controllable. And
So let me just, I'll tell you like I told you when you asked me this in the other room. We just signed a new 5-year lease for this building. So that's not going to happen.
well,
My job is to oversee this agency and run it. Their job is to decide whether I'm doing a good job or not. So I've already made the decision. The new 5-year lease has already been signed and it's a done deal.
well, my thing is to, whatever it takes, not to do anything to further extend any occupation or utilization of this property until they fix the air conditioning system.
That is not something this board decides. That's something the executive director decides. They decide if the executive director is doing a good job or not.
Well, let's
Okay.
take this under consideration.
I'm just as hot as you are, General Herring.
General, I'll discuss it with the executive director. I appreciate your input.
Thank you.
So I actually would like for the record to reflect that we were gonna move into another, we were gonna move into another building that probably had a much more antiquated air conditioning system and so, and less parking. So I personally am willing to sweat it out for the next few years
Literally.
as opposed to go into
The
the
Robert E. Lee
other,
Hotel.
go into the other option, yeah.
We are adjourned.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave.